Hi. We made it. We're here. A vessel at Minmus. This is the great accomplishment that we accomplished last time we accomplished something. And guess what? It was accomplished. Okay, enough not making sense. We're back! The map is still as gone as always. This is me trying to do it. It's not working. I did make a change to the self-created mod, though, just to make the menu in the tracking station a little better. But that's beside the point. We've gotten an unmanned ship in orbit around Minmus, and that's good. And now we're going to try and see if we can do it with an actual crewed ship vessel. Get to the ground, set up a station while we're there. May as well do that the first time we get there. And continue from there. There's not much different with the science, or well, the math, the math and science that I've been doing. Though I did make one general improvement. I've charted out my plan on how to get to Minmus reliably. It's basically a repeat of how we did it for the unmanned ship, but more formal. This is now officially the roadmap to get there. Separately, I have created a convenient phase aligner tool. You give it a radius, and you give it the angle that a second object is under your horizon line, basically. Theoretically prograde or retrograde, but I decided to generalize the phrasing. And it will give you your target apoapsis or periapsis, depending on whether you want to go slower or faster, whatever's more convenient for you, I suppose, to get an encounter, theoretically. The observation angle that you're going to get is going to be pretty inaccurate because you're stuck using the nav ball. But even with that limitation, this will get you pretty close. And once you're pretty close, you can sort of tweak it manually, I feel. So that's good, and that means that we are now slightly better at doing the things we were already doing, which is kind of the point. First and foremost, though, we're going to do our big attempt. Our launch, we have a built vessel, ready, waiting to go, proven successful, proven reliable, kinda. The Grand Parabolic is ready for a crewed mission to Minmus, now that we have a method, and we're not worried about losing all of our fuel. Oh, the inventory is empty. I guess I never filled it, or I made some modification to the ship that caused it to be emptied. Ah, right, maybe I didn't account for the fact that we're going to have, like, a team now. Oh, speaking of which, we need an engineer for this. We're going to have a full crew complement. Pilot, scientist, and engineer. And we don't have an engineer in the program yet. I think it's time we get one. So, we need an engineer. Let's see. Ignoring the main quadrology of people. Tetralogy? I don't know. We have Rauki, Tamtre, and Erdon. If you have any opinions on who we should select, please give them to me. I'm not going to start a vote or anything. I'm just going to evaluate their stats. So, Rauki, increase resource converter efficiency, drill efficiency, deploy power generation units. Very brave, not that smart. Tamtre, not as brave, but quite informed. And then Erdon, brave. Okay, so I think Rauki and Erdon are in a very similar... Oh, I'm sorry. I missed Cat Bro. I'm sorry, we have four potential prospects here. I'd like it if I could like reorder these, just so I could sort them conveniently. We got Rauki, Tamtre, Catbro, Erdon. Those are our choices. You bring in your opinions freely. I am going to separately go to hit website random.org and process their resumes. Okay. Last call for any external considerations. Any like referrals you want to bring into the program? Because I've talked with the internal systems, and the system has returned a verdict. We are going with choice number 3, Catbro. Welcome to the team. Okay. So let's assemble our team for this mission. Well, first, let's assemble the ship. It's important we got that engineer because we need to know functionally. Yep. I would kind of prefer to have gotten Capro some experience on the ground, but it's fine. It's fine. Capro will have that experience when we go interplanetary. Let's talk cargo. So the important factor here is going to be solar production, I would say. Level 1 engineer will provide 2 power units. So even with just Catbro untrained, we're going to be getting twice the power. That's good. Means we have room for other things. Oh, Angela, hello! It's been a while. I'm in space. Playing Kerbal Space Program without a map. Kind of a thing. I'm currently preparing our systems. Okay, so we definitely need a comms antenna, so that's 1 power unit. What else do we need? Goo monitor. So that's 2, so 1 solar panel set up to work with that. Experiment control station will need a power unit. Weather analyzer will be of no use here. Seismometer will require a power unit. That's another solar panel we're going to need. Oh my goodness, I forgot to turn on the music. We'll turn back on the music. It was on for the pre-stream intro. There we go. Lovely ambiance. All right. So, antenna, check. Control module, check. Goo test, check. Seismometer, check. Weather analyzer is unusable. So, check. Irrelevant, irrelevant. Oh, I should bring this, though. Definitely bring some of those. Field sensors. So check, check, check. Check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Irrelevant. Okay, well, let's bring some lights. You can definitely see the improvement to our setup. We only need 2 solar panels instead of 4 for all this now. All the benefits of having newly acquired Kerbal Catbro. I'm curious about ground anchor-based technology, but for the time being, this is what we need, and we have it. As for the crew, I'm not sending Roncott on this mission. I'm going to take Tedamone as our lead. Tedamone's our lead. Enman is support. Catbro is, engineer. Good. Alright. Grand Parabolic is ready. I don't think there's any mysteries with the staging. Everything should be as I left it. Very good, very good. Alright, launch it. I am the recent target of a raid, so I should probably exposit on what's going on. This is Kerbal Space Program. I am playing it without use of the map view. Both the regular map view when you're flying a ship and the tracking station are both inoperable. The tracking station is operable, but the map in the tracking station is not. I will now attempt to press the key that opens the map. It don't do anything. How am I supposed to get anywhere in the solar system without a map? Answer: the hard way. Raw calculation. We're doing a lot of astrodynamics here. And astrometrics overall, just to get the data involved. Welcome to the Ferostratus Astrometric Expedition. It's kind of a mouthful. Welcome to the FIAE. Launching in 3, 2, 1. Fire! We are away. Alright, I remember thinking maybe I should have upped the thrust on these. Oh, I also remember thinking I should have turned sooner, though I am. Alright, we've got protocols in case things go badly. We've got emergency eject primed, we've got everything else good. For the time being, this is just going to be a classic ascent to orbit. Capro is ecstatic! Oh, hold on. I just realized my HUD is messed up. Oops. Be right back. We good now? Yeah, we're good now. Sorry, I forgot. I suddenly realized, wait a minute, I can very easily see the expressions of all of the pilots. That's not normal. I have all these different HUD layouts for all the different stream games that I do, specially tuned for them, except this one where I just sort of phoned it in. And here I am failing to set them up. Hilarious. Well, back to flight. Ignition! We are away! Oh, right! I forgot, this thing is double solid rocket booster. Oh, man, that's gonna be interesting. Okay, we're definitely high up enough for this to work. I was doing some weird stuff last time, huh? Boost profile of this ship is going to be something I have to get used to. Also, we are high up enough that I can just jettison immediately. Strictly speed. Oh, okay, glow from the engine, I suppose. Or there's a light on. Okay. Stage. Now we are definitely suborbital, but pretty high suborbital. I'm going to try and go to apoapsis and circularize. Now, what does circularization look like at 1,200... My apologies, 120,000 kilometers up? I'm glad you asked. Pause it. We go to the math. So, where is... Yep, here we are. This place is getting a little cluttered. Should probably clean out some of the stuff that isn't the calculator. Not the problem, though. We are at 120,000 right now. And we want to circularize. That will require a velocity of 2,213.7. That's the number to beat. 2213.7. In 3. Okay, no, actually, wait, hold on a second. We're not at apoapsis yet. Now we are. I think I underestimated the thrust of this engine. Oh yeah, this is the Poodle! Right, I forgot about that. I thought this was the Skipper still. Okay, so we're gonna have some trouble. Our orbit's gonna be a little broken. That's all fine and good. Point is 2213.7. It's hard to see because it's nighttime, but it seems like down is still down. Oh, that's up. Two 2213.7. All right, pretty good. It's going to be close enough. At least it's orbit. Let's get to day's time. It's the botanist. Ah, the sky. Good stuff there. That sky. Okay, so objective, Minmus. We want to look for Minmus when it is approximately 30 degrees below the horizon. Minmus is currently directly above us. It's right over there. Okay. Alright, now's the point where we have to care. Let's get our alignment. Okay. It might be time. Almost. Almost. We're a little early, which is preferable. Means we don't have to go around for another pass. Up 5 degrees, see what that changes. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna call that good. We've overshot it a little bit, which is preferable. No, I just said being early is preferable. Being early is preferable because we can adjust it. But being behind it is preferable for not getting there too late. Okay. Let's get some numbers here. I'm going to call that 123,000 on the altitude. And our target radius is 47 million. $3,100.3. Good to know. So the plan here is I'm going to let it go to 3,100.3, even if it's not optimal. We're gonna overshoot, and I know this. So when we get to about 47 million, I will slam the brakes. This is our strategy. Burn's gonna take a while, though. There is something to be said for our thrust being infuriatingly low for the kind of work we're doing. Maybe I should forego the fuel efficiency boost and just use a skipper. Arguments to be made. Arguments for and against. For now, though, nothing to do but sit here and enjoy the fireworks. No fireworks, just one fire working. Long term, I am concerned about accidentally slapping into the moon doing this kind of system. It's just sort of inevitable that the moon is going to sometimes be in the way. Their orbits are not aligned. So one day we might be going for escape velocity or just the min-miss and we accidentally encounter the moon, which does a thing. .300 meters per second remaining in our burn. My thrust to weight ratio. It feels like it's like half right now. If we doubled the amount of engines, we would be able to hover. Ooh, that looks like escape velocity. Evidence positive that we are indeed overshooting. All right. Coast to about 47 million. Ah, camera moved again. Okay. 1 million. I'm gonna try and take this slow so we don't overshoot it too far. But I'm confident we're gonna have enough fuel to do whatever we're doing out here. I've definitely over-engineered our ship for this. But that's because Minmus is a hard-to-hit target. There's gonna be a lot of corrections needed. 5 million. Gonna accelerate 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We should be past the moon by now. Yes. I don't see Minmus's... Oh, there. I think that's Minmus, maybe. Yeah, that's Minmus. Okay, we're about halfway there. Oh yeah, we supremely overshot this, huh? That's alright. Now these minute differences really add up in the extreme. The difference between circular orbit and escape velocity is the square root of 2 minus 1. But I believe we are ready for our method. I'm going to accelerate a bit further, get closer to exactly 700, though it's going to take a long time for this burn to go through. I'll go to 46,900. Okay. Begin speed kill. At least with most of this tank empty, our acceleration's a bit better. How about we go down to 100 meters per second? Because if we can sort of coast in this general area, Minmus will come to us. That's sort of the advantage of this strategy. I'm going to cut our speed to 100 and then wait. Actually, now that I think about it, might be a good time to jettison this tank. We got control, we have control. Okay, unlock the return fuel reserves. And this should be a crash course. Nice and environmentally friendly. Bye-bye, parabolic probe. You will crash into the surface as intended. Okay, so with our speed right now, I'm going to coast up to 47 million. Gone past it a bit. Okay, it's clear our velocity is still too high. Okay, from here, I'm going to go down back to 47 million. We went to 48. Oh, too far. Very imprecise, this. Alright, enough messing with the finer details of this. We're going into circularization proper. Step 1, get to apoapsis wherever it is. We found it. Good enough. Okay, now for the math. We're at 46724. We want target radius of 47 million. Oh, 46724,000. There we go. Target velocity is 272.6. Good to know. Oh, went too far. Oh, no, I haven't. It's 272, not 1. Yeah, okay. I don't know what number I thought I was aiming for. Okay. Gonna use some work, but we'll do that on the other side. We should be mostly in step with Minmus now. Four, 5, 7, 5, 9 is short. $276.8. Lower it. Oh, too far. Sorry, you didn't see that, but I put in the numbers for this particular periapsis. 276.8. Okay. Now, arguably, what we're looking for is 46400 to account for the radius of the planet. Okay, we're a bit under, but we can keep refining. 46296. Sorry. 1,000. 274.4. I went to 274.5 deliberately. Because we are in front of Minmus. There it is. I've lost sight of the target. Where'd Minmus go? There it is. I'm gonna wait until it like gets in line with the galaxy line. Okay. Now we enter phase mode. Let's point retrograde and see what its alignment is to us right now. Okay, that's looking like... I'm gonna say 12.5 degrees. As far as the bars we have available to us are concerned. So, here's our phase angler. And here's how it works. We start off by putting in our current altitude, or our current radius, which would be... Well, our altitude is 46330,000, but we would add 6 to that because it's the planet's radius. So, 46930,000. We then put in the angle pitched down we are to the target, and we said 12.5. Now, the tool is not smart enough to realize what, like, whether we're in front of or behind it, whether we should be increasing or decreasing our orbit to match. So I just calculate both. We, however, are in front of it, and so we would want a target apoapsis of 51.2 million. So for that, we can go here to our target radius and paste this value. Copy in our current radius, which is 46330,000. And get a target velocity of 280.1. Okay, let's test it out. So if this works, as I'm hoping it works, we should go to 280.1, do one orbit, and basically be where Minmus is. There we are. Now we do one orbit and observe as we go. Quarter of the way there. We should see the most extreme consequences of our orbit coming soon. Most extreme physical distance between us would be at apoapsis, which we are approaching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like we may have undershot a little bit. That's okay. Ooh, it's coming overhead. All right. Large pitch, large pitch. Okay, 75% of the way there. As we go back towards periapsis, we should end up being faster than it at the moment. Oh my goodness, this is going perfectly. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. We have capture! Oh my goodness, my system works! I knew it would go okay, but I didn't expect it to go that well. The phase aligner is brilliant! Fantastic! Okay, we are so here. We have all the fuel we could possibly need for this venture. Let's do this. Okay, step one, let's find our periapsis just to get a sense of it. We're probably in a vaguely high orbit. Doesn't look like we're on collision. Okay, okay. Oh. Looks like we're actually going quite close. We have probes on this thing. Let's open up the curb net. See if we can find some promising options. Which one of these is the curb net button? Ah, we can't be in time warp. Interesting. There it is. Minmus. Interesting sort of purple. Display mode. Oh, do we not have other display modes? The curb net on this vessel is only suited for... Okay, I was hoping for biome. Maybe we need to upgrade to a different probe. Or it's because I'm in time warp. No. Refresh. Yeah, we do not have access to the others. Unless I have a separate probe on this vessel. No. Okay. Might have to upgrade to a Hex later. Or from Hex to Octo. Not the point. Automatic refresh. At 40 degrees. We are about to hit Perry. Okay. Now we get to use our orbit math for Minmus. So we are currently at a resting altitude of 83,000 or so. Let's say we go down to 15,000. We need a velocity of 92.2. Let's do this. Beautiful. Now, while we're here, Cat Bro, I think you should have the honors. Newest recruit. Do crew report. High over Minmus, expected. Now, we did a lot of the high orbit stuff already. Like, if I check our scientific instruments, we're mostly going to see stuff we already did. Yeah. Leave it. Just proceed down to the surface. This is exciting. I knew going into the series I would be able to get to the moon. But starting with the Minmus was where I was scared. So the fact that this has gone so well is a great relief to me. This is, however, the easiest of the hard things. As always, as always. Full blur effect. You get close. Okay, I don't know what Minmus considers to be low altitude. I'm hoping it's this. Open the curve net. We do care about altitude readings. 4 kilometers. Field of view. High. Okay, so it seems like altitude for stuff like this is relatively high. Okay. Another crew report. Near Minmus. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, Capro, you did the initial assessment. How about Tenemone? This is good stuff, Tenemone. Well, while we're here... Yep. Let's circularize. 15,000 seems good. Carrying altitude is 15337. 152.9. Okay, that should be circular. I kind of want to go to a day side of Minmus, just for good work. Unfortunately, we've put this orbit basically on the horizon line polar. Well, everyone's had a chance so far except you, Enmin. I reckon you get a turn at this. Another Midlands. Unfortunately, I didn't bring a probe that has biome support. Oh well. It's actually legitimately important information for us to have. It should be the slopes. Lowlands. Good argument for just staying up here and doing science. Enman, you're a scientist. You want to do some science? Well, first, let's get some optics. There we are. The Great Flats. Good. So, long term, where do we want to put... Oh, where do we want to land? Basically got our pick. I forget, did I add a magnetometer boom on this thing? I did. Do I care to use it? Okay. Irrelevant, we've already done them. Okay, how about we aim for... Okay, the gravity of Minmus is so weak that we can basically fall straight down and be fine. So how about we aim for one of the smaller flats of the local area? Like, the one I'm currently covering with the ship. Maybe. It seems like a nice landmark. You know, I know you don't have curve net access, but do you have anomaly view? Where would an anomaly even be on the planet? As we start doing some, like, specific field surveys of Kerbin and the other planets and all their stuff, we're gonna have to figure out what they're about. We may need to make specialized navigation tools. Maybe a calculator that converts this, like, 2 sets of GPS-style coordinates into a heading and velocity, so that we can do sort of a parabolic hop from one location to another. There's options. And then this is the lowlands again. Great Flats again. So it just reconverts to the Great Flats. More importantly, it appears we're directly over it, so let's get ourselves aligned. One last check, Enman. Lowlands. Okay. That's our target, right there. Yep, just about that way. Looks like we're set to overshoot it. That's fine. Course correct. And now it's just us versus gravity. One last check, Enman. What is this place called? Regular flats, okay. Okay. Landing gear deployed. Now the flats are basically sea level 0, so we can say with confidence that this will be right down to the surface. Swap the radar, no change. Ooh, a boulder. Steady. Steady. Oh, beautiful, beautiful landing. Congratulations, Tedamone, Edmund, and Catbro. The three of you have just landed on Minmus. You are the first. Well, as leader of this expedition, Tedamone, you deserve to be the one to stand on the ground first. Kind of your job. And look, you get to use the fancy ladder! Okay, fancy ladder has a little bit of a hiccup right there. That's okay. Actually kind of adds some character to it. Get up, you goofball. You're here! How's it look? Alright, next up. Edmund. All goofballs all the time. Okay, so that just counts as just above. Good to know. Great. Great. And, Catbro, before we go, I think we need to do some science. Actually, it might be easier to do science on the ground. Yep. Okay. Capro sticks the landing. You three have pioneered this space program to new lands, and you three shall help carry us further. Capbro, I am doing this purely for, like, political reasons. And by political reasons, I mean I want you to get experience on this mission. You're planting the flag, simply because I think that gives you XP. Alright, what are we naming this place? I mean, I could be extremely boring and call this something based out of like Utah, so I'm gonna challenge myself and try and find a salt flat type thing that is not in Utah or something equivalent. Ah, the general term is also salt pans. Ah, excellent. Examples. Ooh. Etosha pan. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go with Etosha. Venturing further than can be clearly seen to find new things to see. Fantastic work, everybody. All right, well, I think it's time to do some science. First and foremost, Enman, take a surface sample. Okay, unfortunately, the planet is not made of desserts. That's good information. Thank you for giving it to me. At least we know. Actually, Capro, you want a second opinion? Oh, no. Surface sample, please. Cool. We actually have the luxury of maybe going to some of the hills here and getting some science at those sites. We even have a scientist to help reset experiments. Walking like this is going to be a bit of a pain. Can we climb up the ladder just as easily as we can climb down? I hope so. Let's try it. You make the connection, you make the connection! Oh, and that worked well. I guess it's just going down that flips you over for some strange... Oh. Okay, that works. Ladders could use some work. Well, first, let's not lose our opportunities here. Enman, as head scientist, you shall lead the science conduction over here. But then Capra will take over for deployment of the things. We observe the goo. Ooh, interesting lore. Wow, what a scientific discovery, huh? I just had a thought. You're a scientist, right? You can collect the data and you can restore it. And you can conduct another one. I think it might be in our best interest to try and like hop the ship around a bit. This will be operating as our base. But we can head to the local biomes and also do some work. Alright, very good. So, I guess now we work on building and setting up all of our stuff. That is this container. Okay, well, Capro, you're definitely needed quite well and importantly for this maneuver. Get you some solar panels. Is there anything else that can fit on your person? No. Well, that's fine. There's only 2 of them. Place that. Nice flat surface. Everything should just land nice and evenly. Keep that open. Comms. Comms over here. And we'll put the controller over there as well. I feel like it's appropriate if they look like they're vaguely attached. And then for the experiments, pass it over to Enman. Tragically, I don't have anything to crash into the planet right now. But I could. Maybe I could deliberately crash the lower stage and use the ejector in orbit. We got the Delta V for it. Okay, the setup has been set up. Given everything I now understand about the situation. We should be good to do some science slightly nearby. I suspect we have the EVA to walk, but I am interested in having the ship's science work involved. This might actually be a great justification for a rover. We need to deploy a rover. Cool. We can do rover stuff. It's actually viable. Might even be preferable. Take a rover to all the nearby biomes, like here, 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 here. Get some science, collect them all in one ship, and bring it home. You can set up a permanent residency here. Proper colonization. First and foremost, before we do anything, I want to take a look at that rock. It looks like it's important. So let's just check our fuel supply. It shouldn't take much to fly around. I'm pretty sure we have enough jetpack fuel to get into orbit if we really wanted to. Because this seems like the type of boulder that we might want to take that fancy rover arm thing to. Yeah, this looks like it has significance. Nice flip cat, bro. These are some cool looking rocks. Alright, don't overdo the thrust. We don't need to maintain ourselves all that much. Gravity's low. Yeah, this looks like an object of significance. Well, good preliminary report, I suppose. Definitely feeling like we're in the market for a rover. Kind of wish I brought the materials to build one. Put it in the cargo hold. Build it on site. Alright, crew, let's get some science from a nearby location. It won't be a full sweep, but I feel like it'll be good. Actually, I'm second guessing myself. How about we just get the full EVA report from the lowlands and then leave? And then we'll prepare a mission in the future that has a rover involved. Head back over to the rock. You get good jumps. Get some really good jumps. There's a part of me that doesn't want to leave. There's a part of me that wants to stay here and do all the stuff. Instead, send like an unmanned ship with a rover in it over here. Land it. Put everyone in it and start driving. But I think it's for the best that we recollect everybody. We definitely want to collect this science. You get silly when you're in space, you know that, right? Guess you had all that practice in the fancy car you drive around. Emma's silly. Okay. This is the Etosha relay. Oh, if I jettison the fuel, this thing will tip over. It might even go airborne. So instead of doing that, I am simply going to... No, I think this is supposed to have a fairing enclosure. I guess I accidentally turned it off. That's okay. You three ready to head back? Returning to space and eventual Kerbin in 3, 2, 1. Launch. We are away. Okay, now I don't really have a plan for getting back to Kerbin that isn't just go there. Our extremely high orbit means it shouldn't be hard. We know a circular orbit's about 150, square root of 2 minus 1 that. It's going to be like 220 to get to escape velocity. Yeah, we should be at escape velocity. So now it should just be a matter of we go up and we're up and away. Then we'll just align to Kerbin and decelerate to a reasonable periapsis. We're off. We definitely could have gone to more places, but I think I want to pace myself. We're not even done with the moon, but it does seem like the next step in our adventures is to get rovers involved. Fun. Is that Kerbin and the moon? It is. Fancy. I buy min-miss. Okay, looks like we are vaguely descending. That's kind of a problem. Let's circularize. Or at least make this the apoapsis. Okay, back to numbers. So we're about 44669,000. Target altitude of 25,000. Target velocity would be 46.1. Okay. I'm gonna go for a little higher than that just to be safe. So I'm gonna go to like a solid 47. Careful as we go forward. Moon's gonna have opinions. If we need to do like an emergency evasive maneuver, which it seems like we might. Oh! Nope, we're good. We passed it. What's our periapsis looking like? It looks like we'll skim the surface. How far up we are, I'm not certain. If we just burn our fuel here, though, we'll go to about orbital, but be suborbital in the atmosphere. Which is good enough. done before re-entry starts getting real hot. Fortunately, the acceleration of this vessel is actually quite good. That's what you get for having 5 engines on it. Okay, even if we don't make it, I think we're under moon orbit, so I don't have to worry, we'll get there eventually. Okay. Keep it stable, we head back. So our only concern now is running out of a blader, but I don't think we're going to run out of a blader. Because this is effectively almost circular suborbital speeds. Even if we just trail the atmosphere in a spiral going down, this is not heavy heat loads compared to what it could have been. And we are on a collision course. Which is really to say we're on a landing course. I think I forgot to take the thermometer and atmospheric data from the rest of the ship when we left. That's unfortunate, but those two were not very heavy science things. We definitely got the goo and stuff. We took those straight from the container. Another thing, now that we have a scientist as a member of our crew permanently, because we're making bigger ships that can hold more crew, we don't need to have 2 of the science juniors. We can settle for 1. Same for all of the experiments, really. That might save us some difficulties. Might make the design more sleek. Definitely save on mass a bit. Save on volume. I think there's conveniences we've unlocked. Still, a science junior is still a pretty hefty thing to involve. Okay, looks like we're going to be landing on land. Cool little lake. Loading in the details of the cool little lake. There we go. Deploy shoot. Edmund's gonna be really happy when we get our rover tech. I believe this. Edmund's the big rover fan. Had that science car drive around the Space Center. You can tell when someone's a big fan of a motor vehicle with wheels. And touchdown. Ay, ay, ay. Maybe add some drogues. Capro got a little startled by that. $1,075 total science in reserve. And they're all level 2 now. Excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay, so what do we do with 1,075 science? Well, we can get a 500 science, we can get multiple 300 sciences. We could go pretty deep into the aerodynamic regime. Scanning tech. Now, I don't know the exact details of using the scanning tech, but it is an option. Medium scanning arm, large ionographer. Normally in the business of building things that emit tons of ions, ISB has instead turned their hands to this nuclear gadget that helps detect them. Was it because of their devotion to the expansion of our universe, or does it have something to do with the special free filters they built, meant to help screen out erroneous signals from nearby ion-generating devices? Note, please allow trained scientists to deploy for best results. Need a deployed power unit and central station to operate. Power units required. Okay, so that's just another experiment. Requires no atmosphere. Great. Ion tech. Better solar. That's still not really a problem if we're operating in system. Ooh. I like how that's the product name. The Advanced Reaction Wheel Module, comma, large. Good stuff. Okay, Advanced Motor Tech. That's the good wheel. That's the big wheel. Good propeller stuff, grip pads, more grip strips. The gravioli. Okay, I think priority right now is get good rover tech, because that's clearly what we're trying to do right now. Even though there's stuff up here that I'm very much eyeing. We can always get more science to get the science. Things to get for this. The advanced mortar would get us some pretty good wheels, but the wheels we have right now are alright, especially for min-miss operations. We even get these nice little deployable foldable wheels. The Rove Mate. Oh, we could do mining. That's fancy. Fancy mining stuff. Also a new deployable science experiment we could bring back. And very importantly, we get the large scanning arm, which is the final end product of the arm tech. So we might not even need this one immediately. And we would instead get it for its scanning and survey tech. I would love to get both, but we're 25 science short. But we might be able to fill the difference by using the science that we have gotten from this to get this. Then we'll have some pretty darn good rover technology, and we can do some good investigations. So, plan, research that, head back, do some gravioli, and also do some rover construction research. The rover should definitely have monopropellant in case we flip the darn thing. I would prefer... Oh, this is a pretty good baseline. Variant silver, gold. I'll go for white. Mostly just like plate iron, almost. Probably more like a plastic that they've sort of just bolted on. What's our wheel tech looking like? Okay, pretty good baseline for a rover, I would say. Get a control seat. Now, strictly speaking, we're going to need 3 of these for a full complement. Beep, beep, beep. Here we are. Going to include an octo on the back for general purpose stuff. Let's work on the electrics. Okay, just classic batteries. production, I would like some solar panels involved. Just on the front. Like one big one on the front. Not much room for the science if we do this. Ooh, I know. You make like a canopy. Oh, that's good. Okay. Next up in command and control, we want it's gonna be a small vessel, so simple control surfaces, I think, are the call. Ooh, I really do have a lot of options. I'm gonna go for the orthogonal 5-horn. Seems efficient. And I'm going to extend them a little bit from the rest of the structure. Just so they have room. There we are. That should allow us to hold steady at least. Now for fueling the things. You're gonna want some classic monopropellant. You don't have like a good one, let's argue. Would have preferred the like oblong ones, but we don't have those yet. This'll have to do. Now for some of that science. The heart of this is, of course, going to be the Science Junior along with the large scanning arm. Kind of necessary. Trying to see the size constraints here. I would like if I could see the Kerbals in the seat so I know that there's room for them. I think I'm gonna move the canopy a little further backwards and maybe angle it. Junior itself can also come forward, as can the arm. We know what side it will nominally be forward for. These sent back. Okay, that'll have to do. Now for some science. Oh, very important. Experiment storage. Definitely need that. Okay, now the science. And we will double this up just for symmetry, but it's unnecessary. So going from top to bottom. Thermometer. Accelerometer. Ravioli monitor. Barometer. So put the barometer here. That. Do that. Do that. Okay. Now the question is this thing okay at what it does? I'm adding some lights to it first. There we go. Let's call this the 16, right? What's a good name? What's a good name? It's always tough when you have to name something. Let's call it the EXO None. Alright, let's see how good this thing operates. The answer is probably not. We accept the risk. Okay. Alright, that's some pretty good room. On the brakes for a second. And leave the seat. Okay, we may want some more headroom for that. Let's wait till morning. Okay. Good day for science. Brakes. Roll it. It's not bad. First and foremost, let's log the gravity. Being calibrated makes sense. So let's just go places. Let's go around the Space Center. Not a bad vehicle. I doubt we have enough thrust for Yeah, we most certainly do not. Okay, we'll figure out how that works for us. Meanwhile... they're getting about 3, 4 per. There's like 5 locations. That would be 15-ish. Gonna be close. If we run out, we might have to do a small flight with like the FE1 or 2. Okay, so check, 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 check. Go to R&D. Okay, next up, the tracking station. Then we'll go to the runway, crawlway, spaceplane, or VAB, and then back towards the mission control. And we'll pretty much have what we need here. There's tracking. Actually, if we're already up to 7, that would be 21. So we'll make it. Kind of going in a different order than I said. I'll go to mission control, then up the crawlway to the launch site. Here's the crawlway. And then we could do a cool jump off the runway for Mad Stuncio. I'm not really sure what I expected. How you doing, Inman? Nice stunt. Ooh, that's looking like a destroyed piece of scientific equipment. Come on, let's get the car. So I wanted to do that not just because it was fun, but because I wanted to check if we had orientation control in the air. And it seems like we did. I just didn't use it well enough. Okay, Seat obstructed. What about this one? Okay, looks like you will have to walk home then, Inman. That's fine. We did save the science. It is safely stored inside the science containment box. It did not explode, unlike much of the other pieces of the craft. So that's good. 525 science. Recover that. 565. Excellent. 3.6 across the board. Now we can get the advanced motors and get the better wheels. But having driven this rover, is this really what we want? Doesn't seem like we need the better wheels. I suppose I made a commitment, and they would be good to have, so I'll do it. Okay. We are now going to try and refine the design. I think I want a bigger rover. I know a bigger rover is harder to get to the surface of a planet, but I think I want a bigger rover just for the reliability of it. This thing's on the small end. I kind of want, like, just a mobile base. This holds all the science we need. Let's keep that around. Maybe like a mem? Crew capacity is 2. That's a bit of a unfortunate negative. We've got a lot of structural pieces. We're kind of stuck making the ship out of rove mats. Let's see, 2, 3. Let's do it like this. There, that's like a big stable platform. You can go for the 2x symmetry. We're in the SP. Yeah, we're in the SPH. So we'll get the wheels aligned. Looking good. Okay. Experiments are important, so I want them on the top of the vessel. Control, I guess, will be done with the... Oop. Will be done with the seats. Okay. Oh, I forgot to play golf. Oops. Oh, that's what the next mission's for. There's that. This is looking promising. Okay, looking good so far. Keep doing that. Seems aligned. Communication can be done through a nice pair of antennas like that. Benefit of using the Science Junior to hold stuff that it will be symmetric. It's a little too big. Ah! That'll do good. Okay. So I'm starting to see the vision of this. It's coming together. We need more fuel now. And having thought about it, I'm going to go to the big RCS thrusters just because I want that little more oomph, regardless of what situation we find ourselves in. All that's left is fuel. So this has 20. These have 20. close to the wheels. Oh, this wheel is misaligned. That explains it. Okay, check, 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 check. I think that's mostly everything. We could add some cargo. Be worthwhile. Anything else? Anything else? I am... No. I'm restraining myself. There's a part of me that wants to... Oh, wait, hold on. First off, let's add some spotlights, of course. Oh. Not bugging out, but it's bugging out in a way that's, like, internally consistent. So maybe we keep it. Nice. Like, whoa. The science. Better idea. There's that light strip. There's that light strip. Yes. Yes. Does this come in different sizes? No. Ooh, it's kind of suffering from a little bit of float syndrome. That better? That better. Alright, now this one needs a test drive. And I'm going to try and see if I can't drive it off to that, like, exotic tree that we saw a long time ago. Enman, you know what to do. I am worried about, like, space constraints. And structural concerns. Weight distribution's a little jank, technically. After all, it's only really connected in the middle. But it's looking like it's holding up. Looking good. We don't have a direction to do forward boosting, but I probably for the best. More important is pitch. Okay, we need to be careful of making too wide of a turn. Otherwise it'll sort of slip. Just make sure we slow down before we do anything reckless. Okay, so I think it was in the forest off to the right. That's where I'm gonna head. Well, let's check our energy. We are draining electric charge right now. That's annoying, but inevitable. At least the power reserves are alright. At the very least, we're regaining it quite fast. So long as we're coasting, we're not using much. In fact, alternating even amounts of time between coasting and not coasting, we're gaining power. So if we had proper cruise control on this thing, I would imagine it would be self-sustaining. At least in these lighting conditions. And if the lighting conditions go bad, we can always just park, take a rest. So be on the lookout for any tree or other type of anomaly. There's a tiny patch of tree right there. Oh, that looks like something. Off to the right side. Yep, that might be our subject. And it looks like we need to make a... I've lost it. Oh. There it is, hiding behind that tree. Tracking that tree is over there. We want to make like a 12-degree turn. I have no idea if that was 12 degrees. Holding steady, good top speed. It's like highway speeds deluxe. There you are. Time for me to toggle brakes action group, or just reverse. Let's coast in a bit. This is a good car. Beep beep. Okay. So, first off, log gravity data. 3 free science. Okay. Brake. Okay. Parking brake. Scan the baobab tree. Ooh. There it goes. Ooh. Now this is some science. Ooh. While there are other trees on carbon, these are by far the most interesting. They stand out so much, it's like you can barely see the others sometimes. Your scan has collected all the detail possible. Congratulations! Nice. I suspect that'll give us some real good data. Now, I am separately curious. Let me just collect that data real quick. Oop. Collect the data. Is there anything else nearby? We have a pretty good rover. We can drive over there. It might... Okay. For the purposes of exploration of Kerbin specifically, it might be in our best interest to invent, like, a cargo plane. We take a cargo plane with a big cargo hold, a big enough one that can hold this, hopefully, and then fly it to a location, drop this out, maybe equip this with parachute so it lands itself. That'd be cool. Ultimately, though, I think this has been a resounding success. This vehicle is definitely rated for Kerbin driving, and I suspect, with a bit of caution, other celestial bodies. It's fully equipped with the latest and greatest in science technology. I intend to use it for such. question is there anything around here? I know there was like a cool crystal that we landed nearby once. Oh. And we lost the arm. Big concern. Maybe we do add a gyroscope. I was kind of hesitant because adding a gyroscope sort of... well, it makes controlling it complicated. No. It stays as is. We are going to... we're going to send it to space. Not like a planet yet, just space. I want to put it through its paces. Check that it has good control in orbit. What I should do is actually make sure I save the ship design. So this will be our Exo Nun. Exonine. Say that. Okay, leave. So back at the vehicle assembly building, I want to put this into orbit, just in a fairing. We're going to go out to space with it. We're going to make sure it can do a maneuver, and then it's just going to burn up in the atmosphere. Actual... I'm getting some ideas. Yeah, I'm getting some ideas. Let's center mass on this thing. Okay. Here's the idea. One there. I know the solution to this puzzle. Turn the whole thing around. Then turn this whole thing around. And that should be good enough. We'll land forward, but hopefully we land forward in a, like, cool and mysterious way. The way to do this is to get rid of these. But wait, this only matters if we have atmosphere, and we don't have atmosphere, and we don't have to care. Reload this. I'm accidentally putting feature creep on my own vehicle. Okay, now let's... add in a vaguely good ship. Maybe the smart cleaner. Still super ill-advised. Verge. Rid of all the excess stuff. Need those. Just a bit of a structural adapter. Maybe I was too quick to get rid of the controller on this thing. We do need a way to deorbit it. And then antennas. This is not going to operate as a real ship. This is just a cobbled together collection of different components that I'm using to test this rover in space. So don't worry about it. Yeesh, I've made a little bit of a monstrosity in terms of size. Are there any higher radius tanks to be found? I don't know. It's not very heavy. It's just large. Yeah, that's a bit of an improvement. There, detach those, detach that. Probably something close to that. Okay. Launch. This is an orbital test of the XO Nun. I want to see how its RCS works. Edmund's in the driver's seat, isn't he? I wanted this to be unmanned, but Edmund's probably... Oh, nope, nope, we're good, we're good. Nobody's in the car. Excellent. Okay. This is test of the XO Nun in 3, 2, 1, launch. As expected, mass constraints are not really an issue. We just gotta go to space with it. Don't even need to go orbital, but I could. And if I've accidentally made this really good, I could land it somewhere. Careful about the atmospherics. while since I've used the ill-advised. I'm not as familiar with its flight profile. It's definitely slippier with this massive nose cone. I take blame for that. Let's get a good turn while we have the opportunity. We are away. Atmospheric. Maybe I would actually lower my drag if I jettisoned the fairing. Because, yeah, it's flat, but only on one side. If I roll the ship so that the thin cut is working, maybe that would actually be better for us. Let's try it. Oh, wait, maybe it's because the center of mass isn't centered. Yeah. That's the reason. Okay, so we need to align the center of mass better when we launch it in the future. That's not important, though. We're in space. We can do the test. We can run the test regime. Let's just do it. Dock it. Hey! Guy car. So all I really want from it is to act as a stabilizer in case we, like, go over a big hill or something. Just keep us... What's its thrust? Face ourselves vaguely this way. Okay, next test is, what's it do atmospherically? Answers kind of go wild. Seems like it stabilizes to forward. Yeah, this is a stable configuration. I wonder. How badly do I want to try and use this like a lifting body? Like, if I flare gently, will I get some lift? I have to be careful, because the only way I can to... The only method I have to change my orientation is the RCS. I'm not landing intact, in case you were wondering. Really? No scan. No scan. Okay, let's see. Can I... Oh, I totally can! Get ready to see flying car! Okay, it's not really flying so much as it is just falling at an angle. Still though, that's deflection. Beep beep. Incredibly, it's still got some stuff on it. I can still do some things. I'm getting a bit of science out of this. Both in the in-game resource type of way, and in personal experience kind of way. Okay. So it's clear to me that the vessel overall has a problem with its center of mass not being aligned. The good news is that's actually a very easy fix. So I'm gonna try and do that. The center of mass for this whole thing is down there. We don't care about that right now. We care about a smaller subset here. Yeah, here's the problem. We want this to be in line with the center. So we could bulk the mass on the bottom. That'd be difficult because we don't really have the wheel clearance to do that. Or we simply offset the attachment point. To like here. Okay, having made no changes to the vessel, I'm going to make a change to the vessel. I'm adding a small reaction control system. Right here. I'm gonna keep it I like that. I like that there's an SAS only mode. Not exactly what I was looking for. I was looking for like only be active while SAS is on, but it seems like it's more differentiating SAS stability and pilot control. But it'll work similarly enough. Okay. Now, with the adjusted center of gravity, I am going to attempt to land on the moon. I am then going to send the crew over to it, and they are going to do some good science. Preferably, I land somewhere interesting. Granted, there are more secret unknowns at Minmus, but I don't trust this thing to get to Minmus. Alright. Exo Nun. Attempt landing on another planet. Celestial body. In 3, 2, 1. Launch. Okay. Looking at the PID loop. Seems like the center of mass has been thoroughly improved. Expect the vessel to be so high in mass. There was a thing. Oh. All right. Oy. Okay, so clearly center of mass adjustment has not been sufficient. That or it's the drag right now. Can't tell. No, I think it was drag. This is a really awkward launch recovery. All right, we've got a rover in space. More importantly, we're going to get this rover to orbit. And we can go back to our standard procedures. Nine 98773. Let's do this. How about we just double it? 22470. Sorry, 2247.0. Important distinction to make. Alright, That should be good. We're in orbit. Cool, let's go to the moon. The moon's right there. I'll do another orbit just to align ourselves. Let's hope the relay network's still holding strong. So far, so good. Okay. Next up, we want our target radius of about 12 million. $99250, so let's say 99300. Sorry, I got a little confused on whether the HUD was up or not. 3087.9. Seems good. I'm gonna leave 100 meters per second in the tank so that this thing can drop itself. Stage. $3087.9. Okay, to the moon. When do we start seeing the relay satellites? Wow. Think we gotta be an SOI? Yes, we do. Okay, ignoring that. We know the procedure. Accelerate, and then go radial out for a second. This is actually working surprisingly well. The wheels are spinning like crazy. I'm putting the parking brake on. Alright, that should be good. Set down the periaps. This should be facing Kerbin, so good odds for direct access to the relay. Okay. We are approaching periapsis, should be arriving shortly. Steady. Okay. 74330 at the moon. We want to go down to maybe like 20,000, 15,000. 456.8. Good. J side of the planet is appreciated. I would like to land this vaguely close to one of our installations. Yeah, there's Nandam. I think target sighted. Let's do this. So Nandam is right over the horizon, this crater. Good place as any. Gonna try and do a combination of decelerating and deflecting so that we're in line with it. Which I think I just did. You know what, we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff here. But this is normal. I need control. Yeah, I'm liking our configuration here. Sorry, I just wanted to test it. I apologize for leaving the HUD up for too long. I sometimes do that. Point is, we are now approaching Nandam Australis. I'm currently trying to do a combination of lowering our lateral speed while keeping us in line in terms of heading. Unfortunately, we're going to be going for a bit of a vertical drop, which is not fuel efficient, though fuel is not really the concern. There's no need for us to get it exact, but I would like to. Okay, we're about 13 kilometers up. It's mostly going to be a combination of letting us fall and then killing our speed. Relay connection is good. We have a direct connection to the Space Center. That might fail. We'll go to one of the relays in orbit. Possibly the Nandam itself. We want to keep the target retrograde between our retrograde node and straight up. Oh, we appear to have an adjustment. I guess that means we're getting close. RCS is slow to respond. Okay. I think we're close enough to make this work. We just gotta figure out how to land this thing. Okay, then I think our best option is to roll wheels down, dunk it, and undock. Disable parking brake. We are away. Look at this. We have a rover on the surface and we can just conveniently drive it over to the relay station. Now this is the good stuff. That's not the good stuff! What is happening? Okay. Bad news. Vehicle ain't perfect. Back to this only. Seems like the rocks and stuff are causing inconveniences. We may be restricted to more gentle terrain. It's not too bad. We can find a path. Ooh, this is looking good. Okay. Okay, so clearly there's room for improvement on the literal driving aspect, but overall, I think this is a good first rover. Thrust is a little too low for us to go airborne, but it is enough for us to control our orientation to an arbitrary extent. The big problem is our clearance. Should have put the wheels lower, perhaps. Something for next time. Still, though, there's a path we can take. In fact, let's do some charting. We can go north here, drive around this way, I think would be good for us. Tinier little pebbles are fine for us to traverse. Oh, hold on. I want to turn the SAS on that off before it burned through all of its power. Here we are. Now, I don't know if there are any cool surface features nearby that we wanted to examine with our cool robot arm. There are at least some other things I imagine we'd want to do. Wheel friction is pretty bad, understandable given the low gravity. Tight fit through here. Oh, 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 oh. We good. I will get it to the relay. Nice drift. Alright, a little bit of iffy rocks here, but I think we can get over them. Especially if we make contact with them with the wheels. We should be able to just pull ourselves over. There we go. Here we are. Welcome to Nandum. Good stuff. Robobo, hello. I was doing some science and you have showed up. Are you the science? Hello, though. We just landed a car on the moon. It does science. Ideally, we would find something to do science on, but things are a little barren. Alright, well, while we're here, maybe we can get the seismometer test going. Okay, this thing has no RCS, so do that. We away! Bye! Okay, where we go? Oh! Oh, wait, those big rocks, those show promise. Those could be what I'm looking for. Okay, that's good news. It means there's stuff here. Outside of that, this ship has no practical value to us. It's not even a relay. Alright. Surface radial in, full throttle. Let's get a seismometer going. Why is that pitch? Oh, you have no roll control because these don't alternate gimbal. Ignition! It was too far away from the seismometer, oh well. Still fun though. Great. Ooh, also, Robo, I wanted to ask you a question. You are the one who rigged Capra's model, right? Like, you had a sort of tag team mission where Capra drew it and you rigged it? Because I forgot who rigged it. I know Capra drew it, because Capra draws stuff. I don't think Capra rigged it, though. Okay, so that's Rover on the moon. Let's do Rover on Minmus. May as well get it there ahead of time. And then we'll bring, like, a science team. Okay, holding steady. We are not touching the controls. We are leaving this thing at orientation until we get high enough that we don't think it'll be a problem. Okay, I don't think it'll be a problem. Bearing. Let's roll over. Now, landing this thing on Minmus should be easier in terms of the actual landing operation. The only big question will be, are we good enough at getting to Minmus now? Part of me is starting to regret bringing back the trio. May as well have stayed on Minmus for this. But it's fine. More training, more practice. In fact, we could drop the rover at a different landing site purely for the experience of driving it around. Like, make this be a target. No, we don't have a flag. It's going to be tough to narrow down its position. Whatever. I'm glad changing the attachment point really helps to fix the center mass problem. You can tell it's still not perfect, but it's well good enough. I'm gonna stop, wait till proper repo, and then proceed. Ooh. Okay, 95431. Looks like 95431. Target is basically 95,000. 2252.1. I can do that. There we are. Okay, Minmus injection time. Also, turn on the SAS to full use. Where's Minmus right now? Behind us. So I know we have that 30-degree thing, but it's clear that it's not going to help us. Because we reliably overshoot our target. So while that aligns itself, I'm just going to put in 47 million. Just do it from here. Actually, the phase aligner, when we did this, suggested that we were 25 degrees off deviation. Which means if we do add an extra 30 degrees to this, maybe that's alignment. So that would be negative 55. And that's just about now. Let's do this. Okay. Back here, orbit is 86081. That's a little low than I was expecting. And target 47 million. Oh, I've somehow deleted the... Yeah, okay. Yeah, 86081. Target is 47. 3183.9. Okay. Again, I'm going to keep 100 in reserve so it can disorbit itself. I've got this standardized in the Grand Parabolic, but not here. 3183.9. All right, pretty good. We are looking for... okay, the moon is... We'll dodge the moon. Now, I don't see Minmus. The sun's kind of in the way of me seeing anything well. So we'll just check the altimeter and wait till we get to 47 million or so. 14 million right now. Past them, is that? Okay, no, that's Jewel. That Minmus? That's Moho. That's Minmus. Okay. Not sure what that means for our alignment. Actually, it looks like our alignment's pretty good. Oh, we've hit 47 million. Circularize now. Actually, go like surface radial in. Okay, target locked. 47108. Thousand. Okay, target velocity is 270.9. Prograde. Unless the network holds up, I think we have a good shot at this. 270.9. Too far. 270.93, so I do really want it to say 270.9 and not 271. There we go. Okay. Now we wait and see what happens. Wait for Minmus to hit the galactic plane. Okay, it did so. What's its angle relative to us right now? What would we call that? Like -3? Like -3. Oh, for the phase aligner, 3. Wants us to up our apoapsis to 479. Oh, wait, no, I haven't put in our radius. Ours is 47052. I have adjusted for the radius of the planet. Don't worry. So it wants us to go up to 48.094. I could do that. Let's just get that number as well. That's in radius. 275.3. I'm really proud of my phase aligner. I think it's a good machine. It did good work last time. Just the slightest adjustment. We're gonna get a lot of random science from Minmus. I'm worried I overshot it. Oh. Okay, I did overshoot it, but not by too much that we missed orbit. We're here. Okay, now we gotta get down on the ground safely. Just go a bit, wait till our periapsis. We're just about. I know this is not fuel efficient for a flyby orbit, but it's a lot more reliable. Where the heck is it? Is that it? Okay, we're basically at 1 million. Let's lower that. $14.8. I'm gonna go to 15. Just for that margin. Went too far. Gotta limit the thrust here. Actually, I'm gonna trust it. 14.8 it is. Put that back on. Oh, there it is. This is like almost perfectly a polar orbit, coincidentally. Hello, Miss. Ooh, we could land it in that flat right there. We've got view of Kerbin, so we should have view of the rest of the network. Start going for some surface shenanigans. Is that a surface shenanigan? I'm seeing things like at this level that might be surface shenanigans if we get closer. Hard to tell. How about we go to that like island dot? We're not really going to have any navigational control. Just regular. roll control is kind of broken. The SAS do its thing. It's a min-miss. We have the luxury of patience. There's no urgency here. Biggest threat to the mission would be losing relay, and that's like the persistent fear you have whenever you're doing anything with rovers like this. Okay, let's head for the island. Set. I think this direction is good. Heading 66 degrees, 67 maybe. Go up to 50 and coast. Looking good. I'm intentionally going this way because it's in the direction that makes Kerbin go overhead, so that the mountains will be less likely to obstruct relay. If I really wanted to be super careful, I would try and land on one of the mountains, but I'm going for the salt bed. I'm going for this island. Okay. Lateral velocity should be basically 0. It basically is. Hold steady and descend. Now, we have no navigational marker for this area, which is another reason why I'm doing this. We needed something that's visually a landmark. And this island, I think, is a good fit. Kerbin is safely in the sky. Victory. This is very good. We have a rover on both the moon and Minmus. We have fairly reliable capabilities to get to both. That's very good. That is very, very good. That's gravity looking. Ooh, gravity-tastic. Let's focus on the, like, free stuff. Well, I guess none of it's 3 if you're transmitting. And it's not like we need it. Immediately, I mean. Yeah. All we're waiting on now is the crew. Let's get this nice, centrally positioned. In a sense, this is going to be our first coordination with an object that is not like a flag. Its transmission radius is shorter than other such things. Oh. Really got to be careful. Put that on SAS only so we don't just flip out. But really a good bit of this is just thing. We're getting visuals on this. This might be the thumbnail. Let's give it an honest try to make sure it could be. It is a good shot, generally. Keep the lights off for now. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, maintain parking brake. You reset the camera. Oh, that's funny. Minmus's radius is so short we can see the flag on the other side of the planet. This also means that we are basically on the other side of the planet from where I originally landed. That is funny. Impressive, though. And it vaguely corroborates our initial radius estimate for Minmus at being 60 kilometers. Because we're almost at the perfect other side, and it's at 100. I could easily imagine another 20k put on that. As for you, I've got something in mind. That's going to fall back around, and that will kick it up a little bit, and then we will thrust. Up! We up. Okay. So we are going to be hard-pressed to do this, but I think it's worth it to try. Seismic data, in case you're wondering. Gotta wait a bit until we have proper control. Maybe I should put an SAS module on this. It seems like it needs it. Okay. Good enough. Very good. Boost it a little bit. Okay, before we run out of power or comms control, let's go into terminal flight. Floor it! Vaguely in the direction of it, though. Go, 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 go! Science! Nice. Even your most catastrophic failures can produce good results. That was like, what, 240 science? That's what the number said. A most positive result indeed. Yeah, that 400 science, I could get a thing. What thing do I want? We could get the scanning tech to finally round that out. Heavy landing equipment, not helpful right now. High power electrics, we're kind of getting a need for it. We can get the Werner. Ooh. Is this like an entire higher rate? Yeah, it is. Higher radius fuel tank. Might be exactly what we need. Though without the atmospheric shell, it might not be the most stable thing. Yeah, just this adapter and this tank would go a long way to getting us more advanced machining in orbit, let's say. Specialized control, we could finally get that monopropellant tank. Actuators, some more basic equipment. Benefits, benefits. Okay, thinking about it a bit, I think I'm going to get aerodynamics, just because we got to go up that tech tree eventually. And the heavy... Decision making is always the hard part, huh? Ooh, structural components. These might help us make a better rover. Just generally. Yeah, like structural tubes. Flat pack flags. Yeah, I think we want to work on some long-term construction. All right. With that, let's go drive a car. We've proven our capabilities. We know what to do. Open up the Grand Parabolic. Is the cargo hold re-emptied? No, it still has everything, which is good. I want to know something. We now have a level 2 engineer. Right? Level 2, level 3. How's this work? I guess level 2 engineer. Okay. Oh, you get big bonus for orbiting the sun, huh? Cool. Alright. Well, we're gonna need a third one anyway. Though maybe adding another boom is redundant. Let's get rid of that. Swap it in for the brand new ionographer. Firm power units required 1. So this would be enough for a second station, minus boom. We got the golf kit. Everything else I figure can stay. We're not reinventing the notion of a mission here. Any other science that we've picked up that I forget picking up? The lab processor boom. Nope, just gravioli and a better arm. Cool. Vote. We try our hand at Minmus. Moon rover's got some issues. We may need to make a new one, but we proved we can get it there. Okay, we got... Oh, I don't like this configuration of the units. We need to get Catbro on this mission. Gotta make sure we have a certified engineer. Right, and I wanted to upgrade the ship's navigation capabilities. I wanted biome support. So that would imply swapping out the hexes for Octo 2s, probably. Frankly, I don't know why I went with hexes when the Octo 2 is available. Did I really care about having reaction control so much? If yes, why not field my own? Let's see here. Terrain. Biome terrain. Here we go. So much smaller. I forgot how these were intended to be attached. Oh, maybe like this. This works well. How about I just restart? Right. We can't put it on here because of the landing leg problem. It's a better idea if we do it like... Maybe that was the idea. Like this, almost. Okay. To that, maybe... There we go. Then... Turn the shroud back on. I was always supposed to be there. There was one last thing I had an opinion on. The ladder. I don't know how best to fix it. So I'm just going to do that and hope it's better. Send this out a bit. Just a slight tilt in. Should be good. Okay, Grand Parabolic has been slightly upgraded. Slightly. I completely forgot to change the crew. Get back in the VAB. Went back to change the crew. Changed everything else. Crew unchanged. Oi, 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 oi. And other such yoys. What do we do from here? Okay, the Exo Nun. We want... Alright, fine, Roncott. You can have a turn on the Min-Miss. Roncott, Cat Bro, and Min. Not necessarily in that order. Wait, this is the Exo Nun. That was almost a big problem. Okay. Kedamone, Cat Bro. Launch it. We're ready. Okay. This is the second manned mission to Min-Miss. Rendezvous, technically, with a rover we have placed on the surface to do field science even better, as well as a very promising island we would like to potentially turn into a permanent established base on the planet. I think it'd be cool to have one there. In 3, 2, 1, launch. We are away. Okay. Keep learning the lessons from last time. Strong gravity turn. Powerful gravity turn. Roncott seems a little upset. Capro is completely fine. Roncott seems to be having a moment. Okay, now he's happy now. I guess it's been a while. Capro seems just like a very ecstatic individual overall. Very upbeat and energetic. really excited about this whole space thing. And understandable. Space is cool. Imagine having room. Couldn't be me. Oh, right, I should add a drogues to the capsule. Oops. I'll just remember the jet. Well, maybe I should keep the heat shield in case that's what's helping me survive these landings. Okay, putting like an order for more parachutes next upgrade. It's not that it's not safe, it's that it's scary looking. I also swap the staging. We tend to jettison fairing a lot earlier than I think it expects. Okay, orbit's a bit high. Gonna try and correct by angling slightly downwards. The SRB is made for this, it's fine. Ooh, sunrise! Didn't expect that. Alright. So remember, this is a single poodle pushing all this. Our acceleration is terrible. What's that? Oh, it's debris from the botanist. Wow. I guess I haven't been following all of my duties of cleaning up the orbits that much. It's not like they won't decay, it's just that they won't decay unless I do something about it. Orbit's a bit high. I think it's lower than it was last time, though. Okay, we got a 110. We're going for 110. Wipe those. 2229.2. That was almost all twos. I wonder if at some point the nature of my math and programming on here will evolve to this, which I have right now, which is a lot more of a just spreadsheet with numbers in it, into like dedicated itineraries for particular missions. It's like you don't need every single component for every mission. Ultimately, though, I think if I were to go to the extreme measures, which I won't, I would just be reinventing the KSP map outside of KSP. That's really the basis of it. Just rederive the Kerbal Space Program in-game map out of game from first principles of orbital mechanics. And observations I make myself. 2222.9 point, sorry, 2229.2. Close enough. Alright, where's Minmus? Where's Minmus? Minmus is where? Not that inclined. Ah, there it is. So running on the estimate we did last time, and just using the fact that we know where it is on the opposite side of the planet, So this is 180 degrees, basically. Yeah, take the time to prograde. We are going to once again go for 55 degrees forward, essentially. So I'm going to point the ship at Minmus now on the basic approximation that its orientation will not change that much. Right now it should be right below us. Let ourselves drift over. Oh, there's our heading. Stop. Then we time warp forward until we get to 55 degrees, which is here. Then we go prograde. And while we go prograde, $47,000,000, 110,000 is good enough, but it's 105,000. 3140.2. Ignition. If we hit escape velocity, I'm going to stop early. Which is to say, if the camera changes, I'm going to stop early. I put it to auto, so now it will change automatically, instead of not changing at all because I set it to a specific thing. But yeah, I'm starting to think that we do need a stronger engine, even if the fuel efficiency is worse. It's worth it. Three 140.2, we proceed. Start looking for camera change around the 3,000 level. Doesn't take much more to get escape velocity. I keep mentioning the square root of 2. There's a reason. It's because that's the math. Ooh, free from the ill-advised. I guess since we do a lot of our operations at a particular altitude, we've kind of developed a very thin but increasingly populated ring around Kerbin. I can deorbit most of that. It's skimming the atmosphere, or it's got a probe body intentionally for deorbiting. I care about the Kessler syndrome, and I care about curing it. Or at least treating it. Oh, let's escape velocity kill engines now. Close enough for our work. Now we wait until we get to 47 million. And then circularize. I think we have extra fuel in the tank this time around. Probably a result of a better ascent burn. Okay, 2 million, we proceed. We accelerate. Where's Minmus right now? I don't see it. Probably vaguely in the direction of the sun. That is Joel Moho. About halfway. Would like to get a read on it quickly. Plenty more science from the surface. Glad to see it. 32 million. No sign of Minmus. Oh, that might be it. Looks like in practice we need to slow down our, increase the phase angle further. Needs to be earlier. We should go up to like 60 degrees or something. The exact degree amount we should go to will depend, or is something we can determine when we do our phase alignment portion of this operation. Still definitely close enough. It's already pretty close to the orbital plane. Well, to the galactic plane, which is also the ecliptic as far as we care. Alright, slow us down. We're technically past our target because I erroneously was using the altitude as our radius, which is not correct. Still, not that big of a flaw. Okay, I'm going to make a bit of a risk to get us a bit closer. I'm going to time warp a bit, let us do a small hop past our target altitude, and then fall back down. Hopefully in that time, Minmus will get closer. And it does. I'm looking for 46. Look for 464. Too far. But also, I think we're good enough. I think we can just go direct. Edison. Let's go normal. From here, we know where Minmus is. We're basically physically below it. We want to go towards it. Just velocity, so that it's basically going north on the orbit, but a little bit to the side. Oh, we made it. We were real close. All right, we are in the sphere of influence of Minmus. Let's decelerate a bit. I understand our entry. It's probably a high energy orbit. We can fix this. The 2 million radius SOI is very useful. Gives us a lot of wiggle room. Let's go down to like 50. See how that takes us. Wow, we have 50's high energy, huh? Oh, no matter. We have a periapsis all the same. Much better. Okay, now we are very explicitly on the lookout for our rover site. That's the Exo-Nun. We found it. Okay. Completely disregard all orbital proceedings, and we are just gonna go straight line to it. Okay. Nope. Okay, we are descending far to descentwards. Point towards target, go for prograde and up. Good. Navball's gonna do some weirdness, but that's okay. Oh, and it's sunrise. Lovely. Okay, maybe cool it on some of the more extreme measures. Let us hover. Change our angle. It seems like it's almost perfectly north of us. Just let us coast over. Very good. Lovely sunrise. There it is. Kind of cool being here at like a big sunrisey time. There's the relay status. We can see everything from here, huh? Okay, yep. The hubris of my ways has caught up to us. We have way too much speed going into this. We're basically on a collision course. Fortunately, I have packed this thing with fuel to spare. Oh, I'm a fool! I changed my target. That's why it looked weird. Oh well. I fix. Okay, we're in the low energy regimes now. And I've botched a lot of our fuel, so let's actually treat this with the care and finesse it requires. Okay, that's good. You see these 5 clusters? I kind of want to land in the middle of them. I think a good base has good terrain and good strategic defense options. Alright. Kill targeting. We're close enough. Okay, looks good. We're almost like equidistant from the edges too. Just stylistically cool. Maybe I've underestimated the smoothness of the terrain here. Oh well. Touchdown. I'm gonna be honest, it felt like it would take me a lot more time, a lot more math, a lot more measuring to conquer Minmus. This has been a nice reprieve. Not really a reprieve. It's been a relief to experience that this wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Hopefully that extends to going interplanetary, but it probably won't. Okay, well, Roncott, welcome to Minmus. I know it's your first time here. And you will get to christen the new site. Put the flag, like, right here. What do we want to name the island? And therefore our base? Maybe a cool island. Cool historic island. I'm looking up a list of cool islands. See what we find. Top 20 most beautiful islands in the... I don't care. I shouldn't have asked for a list. You're just gonna get, like, people advertising. List of islands by area. Islands of unconfirmed area. You know, this is kind of like a lake island, if we don't consider this to be an ocean. Volcanic crater and caldera lakes, probably not accurate to this. Impact crater islands, also probably not this. Though I suppose it doesn't matter. Okay, we got a list of naturally occurring lake islands. Ooh. Oh, this is kind of cheating because it's like It's not like a lake island. It's an island in the Great Lakes, which is like an ocean. I mean, I guess technically it's not legally, but it feels like it because of how big it is. I was hoping for something more, like, properly lakey. Ooh. Here's one that I think the Kerbals might pick. It's another Great Lake one, it seems. But it's called Sugar Island. I gotta go for it because it's like the most Kerbal name they would pick for something on Minmus. Plant that flag. Welcome to Sugar Island. This will be our site, our location, proof of our conquest over traversal. What is this, Okay, legally it's a lowlands. We don't have lowlands tech. Except for EVA and surface samples. That is absolutely fine. Where's the rover at? Oh, there it is. Want to bring it in, Roncott? Okay, I think clearance will be tight, but it should still be good. So I know we could simply get the data with the rocket, but if we can standardize this, like, rover method, we should be able to completely forgo putting scientific instruments on the rocket itself, which will really simplify things. We're kind of slippery here. Okay. So we are going to do a proper expedition here. See how it goes. Collect as much science as we can from our surroundings. This and surrounding biomes. Now before we leave, actually, we need to remember. We need to set up the new scientific experiment and the associated research facility. So we do need to mess around here for a second. Also, Capbro, you have the honors of playing golf. You're an engineer, I imagine that your arms are well suited to take a metal pole and move it from one location to another location in a prompt amount of time. EVA Science. Tees up. Checks the shot. And it is good! Good job, Capbro. Good. Reset the camera. Let's just put that experiment here. Everything else we'll do with the rover, just to instate protocol. Alright. So, here's protocol. Protocol. Let's do this. Log temp, log pressure, log seismic, log gravity, log goo, log materials. Okay, let's see the results here. Mint dessert. To see. Collected record. Seismic waves. We collect all. It seems that Enman will need to repeatedly mess with the science. That's okay. Should have put it closer to the chair. Maybe should have put the chair closer to it. All fine. All fine. In fact, while you're here, you can do the rest of the experiments. Restore, restore. Material study, observe. Collect data, restore, restore. Then we can store experiments, store experiments. Let's make the attempt. Okay. That is one cycle through. Now let's head out to a new locale. We basically have to treat ourselves as being on ice this whole time. And keep up all the menus and stuff. It's fine. Watch out for big rocks. Once we get to the flats, it'll be a lot easier. We can just coast. We'll scout around the base, head back to the island, maybe find some things to scan with the arm, hopefully. But yeah, for now, it's nothing complicated. We just go about our business. Explore. I forgot to set up the experiments. Oops. The heck with it. No. We'll keep going. We'll set up the deployable science when we get back. It wouldn't have done much while we were gone anyway. Okay, best way forward, I think, is to make a right turn here, go through this section right ahead. How's our electricity looking? I guess we're not really using it that much. I want to turn on the lights, though. That might cause some drain. Not now, at least. Oh, careful. Large structure ahead. Keep turning right. Brake. Okay, our extreme lack of friction due to low gravity combined with this having any grade at all is actually an inconvenience. What is that? What are you? Are you just another boulder I'm seeing at a weird angle? What's weird about you is that you're standing alone and are a slightly different color. Maybe it's worth examining. Getting this thing to align good is going to be a pain. Oh, the arm's pretty long. Maybe we get some good reach. What are you? Almost look like one of those ancient statue heads you might see at an ancient statue convention. And good approach. Be stationary already. Hello? That's it. I'm overriding friction control on this thing. We're putting friction to max. This may prove to be a terrible idea. Nope, this is the best idea. Look at this. Actual control. Alright, how significant is this rock? The green sandstone. Deploy the boy. Ooh. Data. All evidence points towards Minmus once having several liquid oceans. Physics indicates this is impossible. Study of these strange small stones will provide valuable insight into this mystery. Your scan has collected all the detail possible. Congratulations. Nice. Cool. Let's collect that. Okay. All right, back to the original operation. going to the flats, but we found a cool sandstone. I think there's a sandstone over there as well. Whoa! We're doing wheelies. We got good friction, but maybe we need to cool it on the thrust. That's all good. You know what? I want to transfer the sandstone analysis so that I know if it's like properly commutable. Well, that's big data. So now if we find another green sandstone, I'll know if there's more to be found. Like, this appears to be another green sandstone. And I would like to know if it gives us additional data. Alright, break it. Like, is it amount of science per green sandstone, or is one green sandstone you've seen them all? And we'll have to find, like, a purple sandstone. Impressive, the arm's degrees of freedom. Okay, as I suspected, it's per type. So we are done here. If we want to do more anomaly evaluation, we're going to have to do it with a different thing that isn't green sandstone. But I suspect that there are some that are more valuable than others, and more rare than others. Alright, off we go. Seems like a mostly clear path. Reset the camera a little bit. Be careful, terrain's a little rough. We may want to make standardized entry and exit paths, possibly with a bunch of lights so that we know where a nice smooth path for a rover exit is. We may also want to swap where our actual base is to maybe near the coast, just in case we want to do cool stuff like have almost a space plane like sort of runway liftoff to be orbital at hyper efficiencies, and even to land like that perhaps. That'd be cool. But also just from mad stunts, yo. Mostly using the EVA report to confirm differences in biomes, but for the most part, we are rolling. I sincerely doubt there's going to be many major things to observe, like anomalies to evaluate on the flats. They're kind of flat, that's kind of their thing. Still says this is the lowlands. Maybe we're not far enough away. The lesser flats. Transmit that data. Okay, while we're cruising around here, let's do the science. Log temperature, log pressure, log seismic, log gravity, observe goo, material study. Okay. Good. Collect all data. Brakes. Okay, first off, surface sample. Keep experiment. Store experiment. Surface sample. Keep experiment. Take a step that way. Store experiment. Now go restore the Goo and Science Junior. Do an experiment with both of them. Restore. Restore. Material. Material. Keep. Collect data, restore. We've got a nice little system going. Can I access these from above? Yes. Store. Board. Alright, we're standardizing our process here. So, where do we want to go? We got the lesser flats done, which is the area around here. We could go towards the adjacent flats. There's also this big hill above us. Might be worthwhile to try and get some data from the slopes. I say we make a 90-degree turn and go for this sort of hill structure. Nice wheelie. Nice save! That was impressive. So, there are perils to going too fast and turning with this high friction. I understand that they lowered the friction to give us some slip so we don't trip. I'll try and keep a good balance. This is pretty much a victory lap for today's events. I wonder if there is something somewhere in the flats to evaluate. Definitely be hard to see. This place is neat. Whoa! A thing! Not again. Okay, really gotta get a better grip on my attempts at steering. I think that's another green sandstone. Didn't expect to find it in the flats, but... You got opinions? If it's just a green sandstone, I'm moving. Yeah, I'm moving. Okay, good to know we can find green sandstone randomly in the flats, but I'm looking for something a little more new and that I have not data on. So, We really should keep like a... Hold on, I think I have an idea on how to help solve the problem. But we lower the friction of the front wheels a bit. In theory, if the back wheels gain friction, it's more self-stabilizing because it'll sort of dangle the front forward and sway and stuff because they're on the back and the outsides. So really the threat to flipping is when the front wheels snag. I think I'd appreciate getting a mining site set up so that we can just make monopropellant for the rovers if I'm going to keep flipping out like that. Like that. Yeah, it's just green sandstone. I don't know why I checked. I imagine that other things to scan would look fundamentally different. Get back on the ground, you. There does seem to be a rock or something up ahead. At the very least, maybe it's a large green sandstone. For the most part, though, I am just going to try my best to watch my inputs. Stay at a reasonable pace. It might just be the regular rock scattering. Nice reflective surface, by the way. Looks nice. Reasonable pace, reasonable speeds. Get to whatever this biome happens to be. Actually, let's open up CurbNet while I remember. Boot up CurbNet, thank you. Lesser flats for a while. Understandable that it's basically just a map of straight down. We are pretty low to the surface. Set that up for perpetual resetting. Let's put the navigation reticle. Actually, I think it's a line north-south. Doesn't matter. Keep it centered then. I suppose it can't see that well, particularly because we're at basically sea level 0. If we were on a hill, maybe it would be able to see across to somewhere else. Oh. Seems like there's maybe some action near the edge. Just say it's like barely a different color. We know CurbNet doesn't respond to orientation. Oh, yeah. That's new biome. The lowlands. And I was really hoping for some slopes. Maybe it's higher up at the more slopier parts. We went airborne and the thing broke slightly. That makes sense. Okay, so this is going to be a lot less helpful than I originally anticipated. It seems like it's mostly just going to tell us what we're on top of right now, which is fine. It's intel. But if we want better data, we're going to have to be pretty firmly planted on the ground. As we go further and further away from sea level, it's starting to quote-unquote zoom out, which is what I expected. So this really is designed to be not at sea level, which is good. We're going there. On the lookout. Try and follow the grade of the hill, because if we can get to the top, that's going to be a different land than the lowlands, obviously. Don't try and do anything fancy. Gentle turns. We're on a hill, so things are slightly more dangerous now. Nice cruise. It always comes back to road trips with every series I do. Scenic Route's basically a road trip. Homeworld was themed around road trips. At least in my interpretation. Not my interpretation, my enforced will upon it. Planet Side 2, I keep driving around in a tank to random locations never before seen by anybody. There was Spengineers. And now this. Driving around on a planet in the middle of nowhere. Can you blame me? I get to travel. I get to go in more than 2 directions. I get to experience distance and space that isn't just like a series of containers. It's cool. It's beautiful. Oh, that's a new biome. Up the Midlands. Okay. So these ain't the slopes I was expecting to find, but oh. Stabilize. I think we hit a rock. We stabilized. Keep the speed gentle. Keep the turn simple. Keep the road beneath us level. Wow, we are going far. 5 kilometers out. Put it back center so that I know what we're dealing with. A lot less rocks here. I guess the grade is so steep that they've all sort of naturally tumbled down over time. Which makes me wonder, are these rocks rocks of a generic nature or rocks of a scientific nature? Their standalone isolation is compelling me. Figure we can pause up here, take a look. There might just be more green sandstone, but worth checking. It's a green sandstone. Okay. Glad to know we're in the zone of anomalies can happen, but gotta wait for more cooler ones to happen. I am worried about losing the rover being stuck somewhere. Mounting a rescue mission isn't really a concern, I suppose. And the science data is well secured. We're mostly just at risk of losing the arm or flipping over and running out of monopropellant to right ourselves. Sending a relief team, pretty doable, I would think. That's Jewel. This is really steep. I knew it would be, but now I'm sort of experiencing it firsthand. Crew's doing good. Seem happy. Edmund seems more excited than most. I think it's because the science here is unreal. He's probably happy about that sandstone from earlier. Maybe it's not science, but it is data science. Another bit of evidence to the theories and whatnot. I bet Edmund's like a big proponent of Minmus ocean theory. You think that large kind of rock formation that's sort of jutting out over there is possibly an experimentation site? Try and do a very shallow turn towards it. I'm a little worried going up these grades at any angle other than straight up and straight down. We like slip sideways or flip over because we're slipping sideways with high friction. At the very least, this should also take us towards the Midland biome proper. Looks like we're about to make it there. Let's check the grid. Off a bit. There we go. Oh, I bet that little dot in the bottom of the curb net is the island. That's Sugar Island. There it is. I just got a view of something that does look significant. I'm gonna see if I can try and align it. Yeah, right on the tip of the arms base, the science arms base. Highest point of the structure right now. Right there. It looks like something spiky jutting out of the ground. I'm heading towards it. Wonder if that's like the large green sandstone I was hoping for. Enman, you're about to have a good day. I mean, the entire crew's having a great day. They're going on a lovely little road trip in a science box on another world. Going up a hill at like a 30-degree rise. Overrun. Yeah, that's gonna be good science. And we can check if the amount of science we get is different, because this might be a rarer object. Hard part's gonna be stabilizing as we do the science up here. Because we're getting closer and closer to vertical as it goes by. I also don't want to ram into it. Ourselves a little bit to the left of it. Maybe use it as a footrest of sorts. Like 4 kilometers away laterally from the base and 2 kilometers up. Oh, yeah. Control is getting a little bit shaky. This would be okay. I think grade, the way they do grade is it's amount of distance risen over particular standard amount of distance. So if you go like 100 feet and you go up 1 foot, that's a grade of 1%. So a grade of 100% would be a 45-degree angle. Olivine formation gets scanned. Oh, that's going to be the big data. Big data right there. Big data. An olivine formation jutting out from a salt flat on a low-gravity moon with no atmosphere? More impossible evidence that Minmus may have once had oceans? It's double. It is double. I am transmitting that straight to Kerbin. Very good. And then your theories are getting proven correct today, buddy. Hope you're happy. All right, now let's get to some more stable ground. I know that the best way to do that involves falling, but we want to avoid doing that very specific action here. Okay, let's just let gravity take the reins. get us up, okay. Okay. Put the brakes on for a second. Brakes. 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 Okay. It feels as if we are going to have a difficult time proceeding. Let me just reevaluate our navigational choices here. Well, in retrospect, it definitely seems like we've picked a difficult place to ascend. But if we can get pointed in the right direction with some stable speed, I think we have good chances to get to the top of this thing. I'm gonna try... I thought we just tried going in reverse for a bit. Yeah, like stable, linear movement directly up the hill works. Just get ourselves situated to more, like, directly straight up. Okay. Little awkward, but I think our best way forward is backwards. We can take a more stable way down on the return trip. We just had to get to this olivine formation. So, thinking on the theory of Min-Miss Ocean for a sec, like Min-Miss Ocean theory, how do you think that would work? Like, Min-Miss was formerly a larger ball of mostly water, which then, via just solar radiation, heating, and sublimation, just sort of evaporated off the surface, because there was no atmosphere kind of holding it down, except gravity and the water above it. So, like, over time, it just sort of disintegrated itself. Until eventually what was left is the salt flats and this slightly different rockier structure, which is, I imagine, just like the super enlarged asteroid that Min-Miss is. Covered in water. Salted from the water. And so, like, the sublimation happened, all the salt either deposited, like, embedded in the rocks, which is why it's this color, or, like, congealed as this solid mass, flat, level, with the gravitational field. Oh. We're good? We're good. Okay, proceed. Kinda did a wheelie there. Gotta watch our speed. I could use the monopropellant linearly to push us into the ground, and that would give us a lot more traction. But we would burn through the monopropellant extremely fast. That's not a viable option. So we just sort of want to watch our torque. Because our center of mass is above the wheel line, which makes sense. It doesn't make sense for our center of mass to be below the floor. So any amount that we push off of the surface will induce a spin to do a wheelie. We have to make sure that the torque we're applying is not enough to lift us off the ground so much. We're losing it. We're losing it. I regained it. No rocks here, probably because it's so steep. Coming off of the center line. Here's the center line. Ever so slightly more than 45-degree angle. Some of that's the wheelies. The fact that the horizon curves away from us means that it will get shallower. As it gets shallower, we'll have more control. I can't really read the expressions on the drivers. They're kind of mired in shadow right now. Seems like Cat Bro's having a good time. I think they're having a better time than I am. I'm nervous about flipping over and stuff. They're just driving. They're chilling. Why has the sun's flare gone away? Oh, okay. I think it's just the planet's surface itself acting as its own concealment. I thought there was like an eclipse happening somewhere. Not really getting farther away from the base. We're mostly just getting higher. That olivine deposit was a lot closer to 2 kilometers, and now we're at 3. Up, 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 up. There's that torque. We're practically doing like a perpetual wheelie now. I had a cool idea just now. I think there should be some sort of like dispatch probe, which has no job other than going from the base to the rover, picking up the science there, and then coming back. It's just like a little probe with 2 science containers and like an ion pack, or ion fuel thruster. And it just flies over. People on the rover put the science in the ion guy on the probe, and then the probe flies back. This would allow you to have this expedition, but then like retrieve its data without having to retrieve the science itself. And then maybe the ion probe could have like an emergency seat in case there needs to be a crew transfer rescue operation. Or maybe the wheels on the rover breaks and there's only a scientist, so you have to dispatch an engineer from it. I am liking this hypothetical world I'm inventing for myself. I think it's fun. Okay, so the grade is slowly improving for us. We're below 45 degrees now. So I'm feeling a little more confident. We've also managed to, over time, gain up some speed. That works to our advantage. Means we can get to the shallow parts even faster. Really curious about like this bit, where it just flattens out immediately. You know what we could do to figure that out? Switch this to altitude mode. What's that altitude like? Just about 4 kilometers consistently. Which means we're 700 meters away. Funny how that works. keep accidentally entering a name for a waypoint instead of driving the vehicle up the hill backwards. We've lost our speed and torque is taking over. Slowly build up our speed again. Okay, speed up to 7. Very good pace. Our angle has reached less than 40 degrees. Approximately 400 meters to go in terms of altitude, and then it should flatten out immediately, suddenly, and without warning. Oh my goodness, it's giving us orbital readouts. No, keep surface. I know we're 4 kilometers up, but we are very much on the ground. Great, going to 30 degrees. It is flattening out a bit. Like giving us more control, and it's probably safe for me to turn around and drive forward. There it is. Right over here. Just past those rocks. As evidenced by the fact that there's rocks, it's flatter terrain. Beep, 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 beep. So it seems like the big plot, or like the lore plot on Minmus, is that there is/was an ocean. And some of the geological stuff suspects that maybe there's water underneath this. And that the salt isn't the bottom of the ocean, but a sort of crusted over layer on top. Almost acting as a shield for the rest of the water to not dissolve. Oh, the level. Big hops. We made it. Welcome to the top of the Midlands. We've gone quite a distance. 11 kilometers away, 4 of those are up. Well, it's a triangle, it's not exact. Well, let's do some science. Log, 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 log. Observe, observe. But that's not all. EVA report. Transmit that. Surface sample. Store experiment. Surface sample. Very good. Now we gotta collect all first. Then you remove, then you leave the seat. Okay, do your work. Restore, restore. Conduct, observe. Keep, keep. Collect, collect. Restore, restore. We got a good system going. Okay, let's get the CurbNet access back up. Not much in the way of other biomes up here, unfortunately. I was hoping for like a slopes, maybe. Argument to be made for heading back to base with our great loot of science. And call what we have done so far to be a resounding success. After all, we got like, what, 3 biomes worth of science? That's gonna be a 4-digit number when we bring it back, I'm almost certain. And we will eventually have to bring it back. Oh, 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 oh. The threat of rocks is also rising. Managed to stabilize us there as I drove into Crag Junction. Oh! Didn't even realize we flipped. I looked at the nav ball and I was like, wait a minute, why is it orange? Okay. Oh, interesting. It's like a different color than the areas that are hills below. Almost like it's sun bleached. Neat. Yeah. I think this was a good expedition. There's maybe expeditions to happen in other directions. Also an argument that maybe we could just give up with the rover and just do like a hovering vessel. I like the rover. Okay, let's go for something a bit risky, but I think necessary. Let's head back to base. I'm proud of our accomplishment getting up here. I think we're gonna call that good. What the? KerbNet offline? No signal. Are we just unlucky that Kerbin rotated in such a way that we can't get signal anymore? Kerbin below the planet? Where's my relay? Shouldn't the makeshift be here? Oh, it's under the horizon. That helps explain it. Where's Kerbin? Hold on, park the vehicle. I don't want any flips while I'm troubleshooting this. Okay, yeah, Kerbin is very strictly below us. And I guess the makeshift just went under. Maybe, yeah. I see. So we've hit sunset, and this is a very important demonstration of the importance of a good relay network for satellites. Fortunately, we have crew, so this is not a problem right now. Means I don't got KerbNet anymore, and I probably won't until either the planet rotates to meet the makeshift. But it's rotating that way. So yeah, the makeshift is going to have to orbit over, or an entire half a day has to pass on Minmus. I'm not sure which is faster. The makeshift's orbit is not the best. Oh well. Oh, no more KerbNet for us. Keep an eye on the signal, see if maybe the relay starts up somehow. I guess the outer shell of our deep space network relay system needs to be beyond 50 million. Simply so that it can also service Minmus, no matter where it is. Actually, didn't I chart down where the SOI of Kerbin was? No, I didn't. I just checked the math. I checked the tables. It's not there. Okay. We're going for it. We should send a probe out into deep space just so I can check the SOI radius of Kerbin. But separately to that, I also would like to know, or I think we need to get a sun-orbiting satellite in general, particularly low orbit, so we can get some orbital determination on the other planets. Preparing the interplanetary missions and all that. Okay. As we go steep, we're going to be at very high speeds, but there should be no rocks. Unless we are so unlucky we hit the olivine thing. I've got the brakes on and we're still accelerating. Oh boy. Oh boy. Good recovery! Actually impressive how well that works. Maybe keep the SAS on so that it will perhaps resist slightly the tendency to do a wheelie. Make us more stable. Oh, the grade's just getting worse and worse. Okay, I'm trying to keep the speed relatively sane. It's invoking shenanigans here. It's inducing complications. It's making bad. It's causing issues. Oh boy. One thing I'm hoping for is that if we're going at speed and we hit this sort of curved slope, our inertia will act as sort of makeshift gravity, and we'll gain some extra stability going down. That's a hope I have. All I really have right now is hope. Oh, this is extremely dangerous. Or at least it definitely looks it. I wonder if there's like a practical use we can have for the docking port I had on here. I thought it was a nice, convenient way to represent a method of attachment, but it could have some uses. Oh, there's the olivine. Or a olivine. It might be the same one, I don't know. Oh boy. Oh, I do not like our speed. We're in the double digits. Stability, stability, stabilize. Afraid of this. Land gently, you heck. Running out of monopropellant. Just increasing. Might lose the arm. Oh, we lost the arm. Out of monoprop. Okay, we still have options. They're just None of them have RCS. Okay. We find... Oh, nope, never mind. I spoke too soon. Idea. Lock prograde. Okay, stable. The brake's back on, and just be careful. We lost the arm, but we weren't using the arm for anything. But if we find a brand new, never-before-seen anomaly, I'm gonna be sad. Maybe if we brought an EVA repair kit, we could have done something with that. Oh well. For another supply mission another day. Going prograde actually makes us very stable. Yeah, those look like more olivine. I'm not declaring victory until we hit the flats. I am not declaring victory until we get to the flats. I feel safe on flat ground. Watch your speed. Oh. I think the brakes are asserting themselves. About time. What? Stabilize, get to ground. I need to get the others. You'll be fine. Garba? Capro? Okay, you're good. Roncot's good. Enman, get out of there. Get out. Leave. What happened? What's left? Oh my goodness, we lost all of it. It's still exploding. Wait! One of the storage science units is still alive. Capro, go to it. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's up there. Actually, Capro, you stand by. You guard the science machines. We're gonna need to remake some of our science from this. Enman, you're on storage unit duty. Which one was this? Which one was this? Okay. We got some of it. Okay. We got it. So we don't need those anymore. Man seats are relevant. Okay. Enman's good. Seed exists. Other seed exists. Roncot's up the hill. Okay. The crew is alive. Crew's okay. The only thing we've lost is the entire rover and the science data, or at least part of it. Let's just try and get everybody... Okay, everyone group up at the Science Junior for a debriefing. Oh boy. This is why I was not declaring victory until the very end. Okay, last should be Enman. Oi. Okay. Got the data. Go back to Enman. Restore. Restore. Observe. Observe. Roncott, you're up. Collect. Collect. Enman. Restore. Restore. Capro, can you do anything about the situation, or is this... Because I know there's like construction, but does it have to be from base? Like now that's attached to a thing, you can't do anything? It's okay if that's the case. I don't blame you. Well, now that the disaster is pretty much over, we gotta do our part to return to base. Here's how I'm gonna do this. Each of us are gonna go one at a time, sort of jetpack hover over there at a constant speed. We should have enough. If we run out of EVA propellant, I will basically just have us walk the rest of the way. You, Enman, are up first. Is a good speed. And then most of this will just be upping elevation. Okay. Now that the disaster is technically over, how are we feeling? Because I'm feeling pretty bad. At the very least, the disaster is... Well, we have contingencies. We can walk, we can fly. The crew is safe. A good bit of the science has been secured. Not all of it, unfortunately, but enough. Not going to be picky. Survival of the crew and the safe operations are the most important thing. Any science we lost, we can simply get on another expedition. And what science we do have, I think, will be pretty good regardless. Turn off the time warp, my apologies. Okay. Store experiments. Get back on board. We're not in range to remote control, so we're gonna have to do this awkwardly by going back to the Space Center. Which it won't let me do for some reason. I think we're landed. Well, if it won't let us from there, let's just stand on the ground and it should let us. There we go. Space Center. Capro's back at base. We now need to get Enman and Roncott. Funnily enough, we're also in a comms blackout, so Tedemone back at the center probably doesn't even know anything's gone wrong. His first sign of trouble will probably be when we launch off the surface back to home. Here, those HUD improvements just sort of improved everything slightly. Okay, Roncott, you're up next. Edmund's going to take a little extra time to ensure that the science is secure. And we're going to do another long hop towards the ship. 30 meters per second seemed to be a good middle ground. We had plenty of fuel. We were doing so well for a while. Alright, Edmund, you mourn the loss of your science. We're heading back. Alright, yeah, target Capra, that's fine. Yeah, fuel read up. The game thought we went to orbital speed there for a second. So what's the lesson here? I don't know. Get more clearance from the ground, I guess. No more low riding. Care more about the terrain and the rocks involved. Probably all good lessons. I can't even act like this is the worst thing that's happened to this space program. It's not like astronauts are stranded. It's just they lost their car and the science. I'm mostly sad about the time investment of driving everywhere. You know what, while we're here. This is the... Let's call this Pepper Hill. Alright, Edmund. Let's head back to base. And then back to Kerbin. You got cool numbers and stuff on your suit here. The gang's all here. What a mess. Let's go home. First, let me just store all the data that it will let me store. Oh, that was all of it. Flag. Ron Cut, you got some science to spare. Yeah, bro. You already put your science away, I know that. Head inside. Okay. So. Not a good start for Sugar Island base, but we got what we came for, in a sense. And we got what we always get at the height of everything. Experience. I think we learned a lot. But it's time to get the heck out of here. Return to happier places. And reap the rewards of all the science we have. So, launch to return to Kerbin in 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's the solar panels exploding, I see. Now, I have no idea where Kerbin is relative to here, so I'm just going to go into something vaguely parabolic. Wait a bit. See where we can get, and then go to escape velocity. Trying to just make some distance between us and the planet. Right, Kerbin is very strictly below us. Makes sense. That's orbit. Now we gotta get some proper bearings here. I traveled vaguely east, so this should be east relative to Kerbin as well. Which means that if we want to eject at an efficient speed, we want to go this way. Press it 200 and then just get out of here. That should be enough. Doesn't matter the details, we just need to exit the SOI. Well, glad that's behind us, and I'm glad that there's been no tragedies. I have been dreading our first major loss of crew disaster. I thought that was it. I thought we were doomed. We're not doomed yet. And I'll make some modifications to the rover to make sure that it continues to never happen. 47 million, we are in orbit of Kerbin. Let's get ourselves into... We make our own apoapsis. Alright. Back to the fundamentals, the simple, the basics. 47112,000. We want to go to 25,000. 43.7. Seems good. Ooh, that's a bad sign. Let's go to 43 flat. Oh, this way. You know, I'm a little concerned. I'm gonna check the maneuver mode node just to see. I know I don't do this often, but I'm a little paranoid right now. Periapsis appears to be approximately 3. Yeah, that's definitely not enough. Let's make some nondescript adjustment to it. Seems to be happier about that. We'll try it. Okay, well, we're going in deep. Oh, there we go. I almost went in sideways. Things are looking stable. We're definitely not falling down in a straight line, which is good. I don't know how deep we're going. I probably overshot the correction, so we'll probably fly back out. But hopefully it's below moon orbit. As long as it's below moon orbit, we'll be fine. $43,000, that's fine, I think. And looking at the speeds involved, I definitely, just from intuition, think this is below moon orbit, so we should also be good there. Oh, this is the surface. Orbit, okay. Orbit's a little dicier. Maybe we can get a decent estimate, actually. So if we're at like 48,000 with a target radius of 12 million, what speed would we have to be going? 3214. Well, I can tell you that we are below 3214. So I can say with some reasonable confidence that the moon will not mess up our return to Kerbin in any way, shape, or form. Meanwhile, we have to return to the planet. Our speed is still fairly orbital. We're gonna cut out of the atmosphere and back into vacuum for a little bit. Inconvenient, but harmless. The only thing to make sure of is that when we come back down on the other side, that we reorient our heat shield so that's facing down. Good old Kerbin, looking lovely as always. Unavoidably, this is going to be a night side return. Okay. Atmospheric forces should make us stable and go to retrograde immediately. It's not like I needed to control the descent. I would like to have dampened the oscillations, but they ultimately won't get in the way. Okay. Alright, we're descending, but our speed is dropping, and that's how you know that the aero capture is working. How in the world am I going to aero capture at other planets? How do I calculate that? So if we went from 3,000-ish to 2,500, I expect this one will solidify it. We might start ascending a little bit, but I don't think we'll go back out to vacuum. And if we do, it will be when we're already suborbital. Oh! Camera adjustment suggests it thinks we're suborbital. Shiny. Okay, I think the spiral has commenced. Yeah, we're not going back up. Go up the surface cam and just let it ride. Wonder where we are. I forget if I put a probe in this core as well. If I did, I have no convenient way to access it. It's a shame. Would have loved to have accessed KerbNet right about now. Okay, reentry heating has subsided. We are now sub 25 and about Mach 3. Sub Mach 2. I can barely see like an islandish structure in the distance. Okay, sub Mach 1, deploy shoots. Seems like we're landing off the shores of somewhere. I wonder where. Says we have a direct connection to the Space Center, so it can't be that far from KSC proper. Yeah, I'm doing it. Thanks. And splashdown imminent in 3, 2, 1. I timed that well. Great. Okay, I would like to know where we are. I'm gonna wait till morning. I don't know where we are. Some sort of chain of islands somewhere. Well, not the point. We got the vessel. Alright, let's see what science we managed to scavenge from our expedition. Shame about the rest, but I think we got the gist of it. I think most likely what we secured was the redundant copies of the Goo and Surface, or Science Junior. So, because with only one of them, we'll get like 60% of what would be the whole package, I'd say we saved slightly over half the science. And 763 science off of that is very good. We now have a 4-digit number of science. And Ronkot is now level 3 pilot. Congratulations. Check it out. So, with everything that we've done in this mission, what have we learned? The rover design has flaws, and rover operation is an inexact science. I think going forward, we're going to need to make a more specially tuned rover. Higher clearance off the ground, definitely. Maybe go for the Giganto wheel class and have it more of like a mobile platform. I think our protocol for science was good. Only broken by the loss of the rover itself. So there's no, like, fault I can find there just yet. We already have the structural panels and stuff, which I think we could use to make our own rover in the future. So that will probably be the plan. We may want to not choose to use the rover on the moon, because it is of this same inferior design. We're effectively doing a recall of the design. The one on the moon can stay there. But I think for safety, we will operate it as a probe or a droid. A drone. A droid. A rover. It will not be manned, is what I'm saying. If we do anything with it. In terms of what to spend all of this newfound stuff on, I would like to take the larger caliber of fuel tank from over here. particularly so that I can combo it with the fairing we got earlier and have more space to make wild constructions. If we're going to be doing rovers like this continually, we need to make sure that we can have aerodynamics work to our favor. I would also love to get the nerve eventually, but we do not have the fuel tanks to really support it right now. And whoa, that was huge. 5 meters. Is this the 5 meters? Maybe. The S3 line, and then this is the S4 line. Okay, yes. Here's the plan for the science. Get these S3 series tanks. Make a larger caliber rocket. Then I would like to get these higher caliber engines, especially to replace the Poodle on the Grand Parabolic. Get some better options there. We're now down to 261, and I would like to get the nerve eventually, but for right now, I think what we'll do instead is just get something in the lower tiers that we've neglected up to this point. RCS, some aerodynamic wings could be interesting if we want to try something. Panther. Somewhere along here is the... Yep, there it is. The Rapier. Maybe just hold off for now. Let it save up to 300. I want to see what we have right now in terms of fairing and fuel tank function. Just real quick. But I highly suspect we're entering into a new era. Here's the S3s we just got. This is what we had previously, I believe. Then the fairings. That is payload. There we go, that's looking pretty good. And then in terms of engines, well, let's compare and contrast. The one we were using previously was the Poodle. The old 2-bell, which I converted to a single bell because it looked cool. Poodle stats are a thrust of about 250 in vacuum, which is where it would operate. ISP of 350. But we have just upgraded to the Wolfhound in the upper stage department, at least. It's going to give us an ISP of 380 with a thrust of 375. So it is a slight improvement, I would say. In terms of a one-to-one replacement, I definitely think it's good for us. I assume there's a weight gain, but it's a high efficiency engine for a high size ship. We also got the twin bore. Big fan of the twin bore. Mastodon, the vectors are basically the twin bores, engines independent. The mammoth is just four vectors in a trench coat. Rhino is pretty decent in vacuum. SP's a little lower, but still pretty good. But okay. No. No ominous music for the ending. We end without music. I think this is a great victory. We are getting better at getting to min-miss. Now we just need to get better at being on the min-miss. I think that's the lesson today. But things are progressing. The math and the science outside of the game has slowed down, but that's because we've gotten to the point where we have most of what we need for most of what we're doing. The finer difficulties will happen when we go to other planets, where we will have a big hit to our efforts due to precision in precision. And if we go for some of the more eccentric orbits, we're going to have to care about things like the true anomaly and actually figuring out how to catch those things. For now, though, we continue in Minmus. We continue the success of the space program as we prepare ourselves for every possible adventure that happens after it. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day, and good night.